We are recording. Okay. So what I'd like to do is to see, first of all, how many of our committee members are here. So if I call your name, can you indicate if you can hear me and if you're here? Kent Kaiser, are you here? Keiser,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I say your name wrong.
That's
I
okay.
apologize. Okay. Rebecca Bridges,
Yes, present.
good. Is Judy Dixon here?
Yes, I am here.
Great. Okay. How about Cynthia Johnson Oliver?
Yeah, I'm here.
Very good. Daniel Leslie? I don't hear Daniel yet. And Jim Mountain? I don't hear Jim yet. Rocco, am I incorrect? Are either Daniel Leslie or Jim Mountain here?
I do not see them.
Okay. Well, hopefully they'll join us shortly. Okay, so Rocco, did you want to do the county introductions? Tell us who's here from the county and from the Star Center and the providers?
Sure, I'll go down the list. So I'll start. Hello, everyone. My name is Rocco Visconti. I'm one of the associate planners for Arlington Transit and for Star. I'll go next to Clinton.
Clinton, we cannot hear you.
Good evening, everyone. This is Clinton Edwards. I serve as the transit manager here at Arlington Transit.
And then next I'll go to Josh Drucker.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josh Drucker. I'm the transit technology manager at Arlington.
Great. And that is from the county. So then next I'll go to the Star Call Center. We have Sheila Hill.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheila Hill. I'm the GM at the Star Call Center.
Great. And Jim Mountain just joined us.
Yes, I heard that. That's great. Jim, welcome.
Okay. And then from We Drive You, we have Luis.
Luis, do you want to introduce yourself or?
Hold on. Okay. I'll move on real quick to Leslie first.
Hey, I'm Leslie Stone. I'm the Director of Customer Success for We Drive You.
Okay, welcome.
Let's see. And besides Luis, I think that is everybody.
Okay, I think we do have some members of the public here, though. Is that right?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Would you all like to introduce yourselves? You're not required to do so, and we will have public comment here in a minute. But if you'd like to introduce yourselves, please feel free to do so. Can you orchestrate that, Rocco, perhaps?
Sure. We can start with the phone numbers. There is phone number ending in 9434.
Want to introduce yourself? Apparently not, so go ahead.
And then there's a phone number ending in 1316.
Edith Parker.
Edith, welcome.
And we have a phone number ending in 5975.
Do you want to say your name? Okay, then let's move on.
We have a phone number ending in 4511.
Okay, all right.
A phone number ending in 2724.
You want to introduce yourself? We have quiet members of the public. Okay.
And
next.
Then we have Jeremy Winterstein.
Okay, welcome. Anyone else?
Thank you very much. My name is Jeremy. I'm a teacher with Arlington Public Schools, and I've been using STAR as a very happy customer since 2019.
Very good. Do we have any other members of the public at
That is
this point?
everyone.
Okay, and I do want to say that we have a quorum. 6 of our 7 committee members are here, just so everyone understands that. So why don't we take public comment first? And again, be concise, please, like limit your comments to, 2 to 3 minutes. But who would like to make any public comment at this time? Want to raise your hand or indicate?
We have Jeremy Winterstein.
Okay, feel free to speak, Jeremy.
All right. Well, as you said, I'll try to be as concise as possible. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I did want to start just by quick background. I've been a teacher with Arlington Public Schools and a STAR customer since fall of 2019. And as I'm fond of telling everyone, I could not do my work without STAR. I'm a language teacher. Many of us language teachers are itinerant, meaning I often work at 2 schools in a day, meaning I'll work at one school in the morning and I'll travel between them. And without the excellent service I have received from STAR for almost 6 years, that would not have been possible. And that is why I've been extremely concerned and upset by the introduction of the new system, which has not gone well at all. I guess to be blunt, since I need to be brief, the rides have been longer, the drivers are late more often, the routes have been less efficient, and I was late to work for the first time, even though I had booked my trip in more than an hour in advance ever. Under the old system, the drivers were always on time, and I was never late to work. And so that's really what I'm concerned about. Before I go further, I do want to commend the incredibly hardworking ladies at STAR. I know them all on a first name basis, and they're incredibly professional. They've been working really hard under, I know, some very difficult conditions. And the drivers from We Drive You, previously Diamond, have also been phenomenal. The people have been excellent. The problem has entirely been related to the new system, which generates incredibly inefficient routes and has been a major downgrade from the system I have used for the past 5.5 years. Just to give you a very quick example, on one of my trips last month, I was about 2 minutes from home when an add-on suddenly popped up on the driver's screen, and he apologized to me and he told me I have no choice, I have to take this. I cannot override the system, I cannot even see your address anymore or drop you off. So we drove back the way we had come, and to make a long story short, I was in the car for another 45 minutes, having been previously about 2 minutes from my home. And under the new system, this had been a regular occurrence. I have been in shared rides where the person I am sharing the ride with is going in a completely opposite direction from me. I have been in rides where I've been about 10 minutes from work and the system has tried to reroute the driver to DC around 7:30 in the morning, and you can imagine what that would do to my commute. As I mentioned, on the last day of school, I was late to work for the first time all year. Because my usual 10-minute drive to work took an hour and 10 minutes, thanks to the crazy routing caused by this system, which sent us on a scenic trip through Pentagon City before finally getting me to my workplace. So I know I've spoken a little bit longer than I should, but I just want to repeat that the people are phenomenal. The ladies who work at STAR are absolute professionals, and the drivers are fantastic too. It is this new system that has been a major source of stress and concern for me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jeremy. May I just ask, is that since December, or are you experiencing more problems since the new app rolled out on June the 2nd?
Yes, it is entirely since June the 2nd.
Okay,
had no problems before then.
Okay, because the contract began in December, and that's why I'm asking the question. But so it is the new app, and and that's helpful to know. But it's very unfortunate. I'm sorry you've had these experiences, but thank you for your comments. Are there other members of the public who? Oh, I'm sorry, Kent, please.
Can I ask a couple of questions, Jeremy?
Sure.
Jeremy, you said 10 minutes. Do you know the approximate distance from your home to work?
It's usually about a 10-minute drive. It's a short trip really down Route 50. I live in Roslyn, and then my primarily the school that I usually go to is Thomas Jefferson Middle School. So it's 10 or 15, maybe if there's a lot of traffic, 15, but it's a short trip right down Route 50.
And mileage wise, how many miles would that be? A mile and a half, or?
I guess it's about 1 or 2 miles.
Okay. And you were, again, it was an hour and 10 minutes?
Yes, that was the last day of school. Yep, June 18th.
2 miles. Okay. And do you use the wheelchair?
I do.
Okay, thanks.
My pleasure.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Jeremy. Are there other members of the public who would like to speak? No one. Okay, I'm not hearing anyone volunteer. So with that, I'd like to just ask the committee members, just if you have any personal experiences with STAR that you'd like to share, then we'll move on into, approving minutes, and we'll move on with the agenda. But I am concerned if people have had personal experiences since we met last that you would like to share, either good or bad.
I have one. This is
Okay.
Rebecca.
Uh-huh.
So ours is a little bit unique, I will say. So my family, one of the services that STAR does provide is they will do, if you're dropping off a child or picking them up, right? And I have 2 children. And so we use this frequently for camps and daycare and various things. And this functionality, so what would happen under the old system is the driver would take you to the first place, and I would, say drop my child off, and they would wait up to 10 minutes. It didn't always take that long. I would get back in the car and we'd go, back to my house or wherever, my office or wherever. Now, under the new app, I found out the Friday before it launched that the use case for these trips was not built into the app whatsoever. So what happens then is we have to schedule them as 2 separate trips, which means there are gaps between. So for example, I did a double trip today where I actually had to go pick up one child and then go pick up another child and then come back home. And I spent 50 minutes between the 2 of them waiting, either it could be a different driver even. Like we've been forced out of vehicles as part of this because they're totally different trips, or we have to wait on someone else, or either then the driver that we have, even if we have the same driver all the way through, we sit and wait because the app will not, it's not built to just stop and go. And I'm told that the use case wasn't built, and I'm not getting any support for adding that use case. And so that's something, and Sheila has been wonderful, the ladies at STAR, and I know Clint's aware of this, but I wanted to make that publicly known. And so I'm not sure how these use cases were provided to the company to spare, and why that wasn't included. But it's a huge source. It's a huge time suck and a huge source of anxiety, especially when you're forced out of a vehicle and you have to wait for another one.
Right. Well, and certainly that's, counter to the policies in the STAR, rider guide. And it's been, it's counter to what we've experienced for many years. So it's the fact that the app is driving services, which doesn't really make sense. It's a good point. So did I hear someone
Roseanne,
else
it
had
looks
their...
like a hand was raised.
Yes, I thought I heard that too. Is there a member of the public whose hand is raised?
I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, I thought I heard it. That's why I asked. Okay, anyway, that's all right. Any other committee members who want to share a personal experience with STAR that have occurred since we met?
Madam Chairman, it's Kent again.
Mhm.
I have not recently used STAR very often, but I did experience good pips, but the one I think
We're
somebody's not.
hearing, yeah, someone is not muted because we're hearing talking. Please, if you're not speaking, try to mute your microphone.
Thanks. But one shared trip that I had, I was probably 2/3 of the way to my destination, and picked up another person along the way, and it was not very far away at all to pick him up. But then I spent the next 40 minutes backtracking almost to my original pickup to then take him to his destination, and journeyed all the way back again to mine, to my stop. So that's, I don't think any of us mind shared rides as long as they're shared rides that make sense. But
Right.
This one and Jeremy's obviously do not make sense, and
E-
we need to
e-
fine tune the scheduling to make sure those
We,
don't happen.
we do indeed, and hopefully the staff will talk about that because we've been hearing this too often. Okay, any other committee members want to share a personal story before we get into the rest of the agenda?
Yes, this is Cynthia.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Cynthia, go ahead.
Okay. I actually have two. The first one, I was taking my daughters to the library for their summer reading. And the trip for the most part went okay on my end, but I did notice some glitches in the system, specifically as it relates to the driver. For example, I received a notification that the driver was waiting for me at the library when I was still at home and hadn't been picked up yet to go to the library. And he spent, it sounded like no small amount of time waiting for me before he was then told that he actually had to pick me up from home and
Okay.
take me to the library. And in speaking to the driver about it, he indicated that, they no longer have a manifest. They no longer they're often unclear sometimes as to what time a trip is, and they don't know what's next. And it seemed to be a bit puzzling and on his end, and so accordingly, not the most efficient in terms of sort of use of time and all of that. So I just wanted to report, I did have a conversation and got his impression of the new system, and, did want to report that there are some inefficiencies as far as that's concerned.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Yeah. And the second issue is a bit more disconcerting. I took my daughter to the pediatrician, and the pediatrician informed us that she needed to be taken to the emergency room. It wasn't life-threatening, but it was medically urgent. And I called STAR to see if they could, take me to Fairfax Hospital instead of taking me home, because I thought that fell within the circumstances that they would allow a same-day trip. And they canceled my previously scheduled trip home and then went to schedule the other trip, and then told me that they couldn't do it because it was from Alexandria to Fairfax to Falls Church, and that they could not do it at that time of day. And I asked, are they allowed to consider exigent circumstances, extenuating circumstances? And I was told a flat out no. That I would have to go home, and they had to reschedule that trip, and then schedule another trip to Fairfax Hospital. And I
Well,
just thought,
yeah, that's very inefficient. And I've never known them to make the provision of will call medical trips contingent on where you are. I've never heard that before.
yes, and I'm aware of the rule about limiting rides that don't start or end in Arlington County during certain times of day.
Right.
But that just seemed like a woefully problematic application of that rule.
Absolutely. I agree with you.
I think what people with disabilities want more than anything is to be able to conduct their lives in as normal a way as possible.
Right.
And that just
Absolutely.
seems to sort of
And I hope
erect unnecessary barriers to doing so.
Right. I hope your daughter got the treatment she needed that day.
And she did, and she's fine. But I did have to just go ahead and ask, someone else to transport.
Right. I understand. Thank you, Cynthia. Did I hear Daniel Leslie wanting to make a comment? Thought I heard him. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. Yeah.
I just turned on my camera, so I wanted to make everybody see my ugly mug. But but first of all, I think it's important to note that, and maybe this was said before I hopped on, there have been, I believe, significant improvements in the service, and I really appreciate that. One improvement that I think really helped was We Drive You hired someone as like a driver supervisor, and that really helped. It really improved the quality of how the drivers were operating, how they were engaging in safety, things like that. So, I do want to recognize that. Listening to Cynthia, and I think it was Ken right before her, those experiences are very representative of my experiences as well. I usually do 2 or 3 rides a day going to work. And if you get lucky and it's not a share ride, you have a great experience. The app works really great in that type of situation, as long as nothing goes wrong. But yes, there can be problematic share rides. And like Cynthia, I asked the drivers, like, what do they think? Because they're kind of experts on this, right? They're doing drives all day, and they know when a share ride is wrong. And they're like, this is a bonkers share ride, but I got to do what I got to do. And like Cynthia suggested, if we could give the drivers like their agenda for the day, even if it's expected to change, if they can just get kind of a heads up of like, what are their next 10 rides gonna be? Those drivers very often can identify, oh, this share ride's not gonna work.
That's
Let me call
right.
dispatch and ask them to switch that, because they're driving all day long. They know these routes better than just about anybody.
They
And they
do.
can quickly identify problems and make a quick shift to really improve the service.
You're absolutely correct. And it's really important to treat the drivers as part of the team that's going to make this program work successfully.
Yes.
But isn't the app, isn't it designed to sort of not do that? Like it's not designed as though this is a route program like it has been in the past. And that would be maybe a question for Drive You or Spare, because it looks like it's like almost designed to be like Uber, where it optimizes, but this is not the same kind of service as that, right? So,
No.
Can I jump in and respond to that real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
One thing so I think you're 100% right. One thing I have noticed though, once I see that the driver is coming to my house, I can often see what their planned trip is after me. Like I can see, oh, after they pick up me, we're going to go pick up this person, then we're going to pick up that person, then we're going to drop off that person, and then
Right.
me, and then that's the last person. The driver doesn't have access to that at all. And I totally understand that it might not be possible to give the driver their full agenda for the entire day. But if they could just have access to the information that I have access to, and
Mhm.
if possible, if there's like a, after that, your next trip is this one, even
Right.
just a little bit like that, just giving the drivers a little bit more heads up, they can give some really good feedback to dispatch to make
Yeah.
last minute changes that improve the
Yes.
service.
Absolutely. And they should be able to make last minute changes. And if they're, if Star has developed a system that will not allow that flexibility, that just doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, but I just want to make sure, are there any other committee members that wish to speak? I know we need to kind of move forward, but I think these examples are ones we want to talk about later when we talk about the spare app and all that. Any other comments right now, or can we move forward? Okay, I'm not hearing anything, so let's do this. Did you all receive the minutes of our May meeting, and are you prepared to approve those minutes? Do you have comments? Has everyone reviewed them?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
I vote we
Okay.
approve them, or
Okay.
whatever we need to do.
Is there a second?
A second.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And any discussion then? Any comments or corrections for the record? I'm not hearing any. So all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No. Okay, let's move forward. Okay, so let me say that the agenda that I saw first talked about spare. That was our first topic. I do want to spend some time with the audit that has come to our attention via the Aural Now article that Scott McCaffrey wrote. But let's talk some about spare because it's very much connected to our public comment and what is being done to address some of these concerns, because apparently we have many of the same concerns, and in some cases, according to Jeremy, his trips are worse after the new, app came out. That's certainly not what we want. So, Rocco, Clinton, who would like to address this first topic?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. So first, let me just say, yes, we've definitely been listening to what everyone is saying. We receive feedback through the customer comment portal as well, and through the Star Call Center on the performance of the new system. And we're definitely aware that it's not performing in an efficient manner for everybody. I think that what is important to note is that when we're trying to distribute the resources that we have to run this service in the most equitable way possible, the two balances we really need to make are between the length of time someone spends in the vehicle and picking up passengers at the time that they're promised to be picked up, picking them up on time. Those two considerations are the main things we have to take in mind when we schedule out the rides for the day, and try to distribute those rides evenly and equitably amongst the drivers for the whole shift throughout the day. Now, I think that has led to sometimes there being periods in which the schedule doesn't look the most efficient and it doesn't operate in the most efficient manner. And I certainly think that there's a lot of opportunity for us to improve it. So one thing that we can definitely do is that we can look at lengthening the period of time in which the pickup window could be. And if you lengthen that period of time which it currently is at 10 minutes, your pickup window scheduled pickup time, lengthening that period of time will reduce the amount of times in which a routing decision has to be made that seems inefficient, like when you are near a couple minutes from your home and a new ride gets scheduled to your trip. But obviously that would mean lengthening the amount of time that you will be expected to possibly wait to be picked up. Yeah, Rebecca?
Rebecca,
I
your
was,
hand is raised.
I'm sorry, I was looking for my mute button. One question I have that it's my understanding that the STAR call center, that there's no ability by STAR to make adjustments. One, is that correct? And two, can that be changed? Because these ladies know exactly, they know a lot more of what's going on than the computer does. They know the people, they know the situation, and they know Arlington. And so, and I would argue that before, I'm not opposed to the pickup window change, but before we start going down that, I would seriously urge the county to look at other options first, before doing that.
I agree with you. And one of the concerns I have is, as everybody on this call knows, we've had so many concerns about late rides that if we lengthen that window, I'm afraid people are going to be waiting even longer. I don't understand why anything would be developed that didn't allow for a manual override of what is in that program, what's in that software. So, Rocco, can you address that concern?
Sure. I've thought about this personally a lot as well because, I have been here before the implementation of this service and after the implementation of the new contract in December. I've been here for both periods of time, and there are certainly, the software does allow for edits to be made in many different circumstances, but when the software is optimizing the amount of the trips that are distributed to the different drivers throughout the day, it obviously tries to do it in the most efficient manner. And what we've found is that manually going in and editing those tends to be very disruptive to, it has a sort of ripple effect that creates disruptions throughout the system when you start putting in manual edits to the scheduling software. I will say that since the implementation of this service, we have had a very large increase in on-time performance in the system.
Okay.
And the system is working to pick people up when the promised pickup time was now at the best point since the contract's it has been implemented.
But now people are spending longer in the vehicle. So it's like going the other direction.
So they're picked up on time, but they're spending a longer time. That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
I also want to say too that this new service allows for two different types of trip schedules to be made. One is a pickup time window, and one is an arrive at time window. So you can have, when you schedule your trip through Spare, you can request the service to pick you up at a certain time, in which it will then calculate, schedule the trip and give you the estimated time you'll be dropped off at your location. Or you can put in to Spare the time you want to arrive at your destination, and it will then schedule that and give you the time that you will be picked up. The system allows for you to do both. So if you have a scheduled time you need to be somewhere, or a scheduled appointment, you can use this service to put in the time that you need to be where you need to be, and the system will optimize the schedule so that you get there at that time. I will say, ultimately, the difficulty that we have is just trying to distribute the trips in a way that amongst all of the vehicles that we have to use throughout the day and distribute these trips, trying to do so in a way that, doesn't leave people, trying to strike a balance between, not leaving people waiting and trying to make the service as efficient as we can make it. And I want to certainly say that I see room for improvement in the service. I'm not saying that the system has been implemented perfectly on month one. And there are certainly a lot of troubleshooting and upgrades that we can make in the near term to it. So it's not something that's set in stone when we do this now.
I thank you for that, Rocco. Daniel, did you want to make a comment? Thought I heard your hand raised.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering if, maybe everybody else has seen this as well. When you are scheduling a ride, sometimes it'll tell you, hey, there are no vans available at that time. And there's also, if you go down a little lower, there's a little spot that I think it might suggest other times. And I guess my request would be, would it be possible for us to make the system say, hey, there's a person getting picked up in your area at this time, or 10 minutes before the time you requested. You want to ride with them? And the reason I suggest that is a couple weeks ago, I was trying to get a pickup at 6:15, and it said, hey, there are no rides available. So I moved it forward, moved it backwards, and eventually I scheduled it at 6:30. And little did I know that one of my friends, and she knows who she is, the Star driver picked her up at LaFont Plaza at 6:15. And then that driver drove to Union Station to pick up me at 6:30. And then if anybody knows about trips to Arlington from those locations, that's backwards. The driver should have picked me up at 6:10, 6:05, and then picked up this other person at LaFont Plaza at 6:15. And if the system could have told me, hey, there's another Star passenger at 6:15 getting picked up in LaFont Plaza and going to Arlington, do you want to tag along with that person and get picked up a little bit earlier?
I think there would be information concerns with that particular thing, but you raise a valid point. I wasn't, yeah.
As long as it's not specific, there's a person in this neighborhood going to Arlington, then you could be like, oh yeah, that's generic enough. It's probably private.
Shouldn't that be also the responsibility of someone, the staff at in the provider's office or something, to look at the schedule and say, you know what, this trip doesn't make sense. And so somebody should be able to point that out. And it shouldn't be the passenger that has to do that. It should be the provider. Anyway, okay. Can someone please give me a time check? I know we've got a lot to cover.
5:41.
All right. So
when someone has their hand raised, I don't know if you want them to speak or.
Is it
KK.
someone from the public?
Yes.
Okay. If you will please be brief. We had the public comment on the beginning.
I think actually it might be Kent. I'm sorry.
Oh, is it Kent? Yeah. I'm sorry, Kent. Okay. You can speak.
Thanks. In the audit, which the subcommittee was not made aware of by the county, even though the subcommittee is referenced as we're some kind of watchdog, which clearly is not the case, not on our fault, but at any rate, it also says that the on-time pickup window is 2 hours. So that's 2 hours for every trip. And I'm flabbergasted by that.
Who said that? Ken?
Who said in the county as description of the program?
Oh.
That is, and I guess that's in the contract, which of course we haven't seen the contract.
What does that
either.
even mean?
That's my question.
Well, I can say
Rocco,
that
you know?
our metrics for calculating on time are 10 minutes within the pickup window is considered on time. The metrics that we publish every month are within 10 minutes of the scheduled pickup time. So,
but what's the 2-hour demarcation?
I am not aware of any I would have to look specifically at which page you're talking about.
Yeah, well, we can have a conversation about that. But you know, if that's the case, no wonder you're 90% on time. Well, you used to be. I mean, you know, I could be halfway to Chicago in 2 hours.
Right, right. So, okay. Do you have other things you want to share with us about Spare or how it's going? And do you have any responses to these? I mean, when can we expect more efficiency out of this system? A lot of people here have raised very valid concerns. How are these going to be addressed?
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly say to everyone that is experiencing difficulties with the new system, I really do apologize that things have been inefficient in your use of this system. Obviously, our intention with providing any form of public transportation is to get the most amount of people to where they need to be in the most efficient manner that we can. So we're trying to do as much as we can to fulfill that stated goal. So I really do apologize if that hasn't been your experience using this service. And I think that we will have improvements to this service within the next month, 2 months.
Let me ask this. Is someone working on this?
Yes.
When you had developed the app, obviously it was rolled out on June the 2nd. Is somebody working to address these issues? That's really what I'm asking.
Oh, I mean, we meet on a biweekly basis regarding any issues technologically and improvements to the service. So yes, we're regularly meeting about addressing these issues.
Can someone be assigned the responsibility for reviewing some of these trip manifests and looking for inefficiencies? And it seems to me like that would be somebody's responsibility. Whether
our transit technology manager, Josh, has his hand raised.
All right, Josh, please.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be here. It does sound very troubling, the things we're hearing. I haven't talked yet. I know we're running short on time, so I'm going to try to bring this full circle here. I know that we started this process getting Star for a couple of reasons, and I won't go into those, but like we wanted to have a more mobile friendly application, and I wish we weren't here with such concerns at this point. But anytime you have a change, even if it's something that, 2 years from now is working flawlessly, we're going to have some struggles at first. So I appreciate all these things. I've actually been taking some notes. I'm in the middle of the meeting. I'm already looking into some of these complaints, see if I can figure out why the system did what it did. Because if we can find a pattern or something like that, there are some system-wide settings that we do have the ability to adjust. So finding those patterns. So if there's any situations like you guys are describing, I appreciate that. Knowing that for me would be extremely helpful, because we'll take that to Spare, which is, as you guys know, we've mentioned, it's a nationwide application for this stuff. So we're not their only customer. They didn't build the whole application for us, but there are those system-wide settings they were trying and are trying to specifically designed for us. And so if we can give them more guidance as we find more examples of, oh, see, when the system did this thing, we were 2 minutes away from home, and it took an extra 30 minutes or 45 minutes to get home. That's a wild story. We need to figure that one out, find the pattern, and show it to Spare so they can try to help make sure the system doesn't do that kind of stuff in the future.
Well, I'm glad you certainly understand where the concerns are coming from. Now, were you unaware of these concerns before tonight? Were you unaware of them?
No, of course not. We have Spare bi-weekly meetings. We also have weekly customer service meetings where we go over anything. Very specific individual trips. Those trips described tonight, those were the first time I heard those trips. The general concerns, we are looking for those things, but those specific trips, I would love to get personally, like the dates and times, so I can really find them and dig into them and see why this system did what it did.
If you all, I'm speaking now to anyone here, members of the public or the committee, if you can provide that information, that would be very helpful.
I can
put
my email in the chat. That would be great.
If you can, or Rocco, you are certainly available to forward any messages like that to Josh, right? As the staff person on the committee?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I can make sure Josh is aware of those. Josh and I also both have access to the customer comments and complaints that are submitted through the STAR call center.
Are you getting complaints like that through the call center? I know people don't complain sometimes, but they should.
We've certainly heard about inefficient routing. That's certainly one of the things that has come up as a result of the implementation of this new service.
Okay.
There have been a number of different things that have come in. Obviously, inefficient routing is certainly been something we're looking at as a result.
Okay. Well, thank you, Josh, for offering, and Rocco as well. I'm glad you're hearing these concerns. Jim Mountain, did you have your hand raised?
I do. Thanks, Roseanne. Just wanted to ask, with the new app and system, are there more ride shares than there used to be, and is that part of what the new app is allowing?
Yes.
I know.
Sorry to cut you off, but
and that's. I always found that frustrating when, unexpectedly your 15-minute trip now is going to be an hour because it's a ride share. So I don't think that was ever told to us when you talked about implementing this new system, that it was going to, on purpose, I guess, increase the number of ride shares.
Well, I wouldn't say that it was on purpose. I think that it's just trying to make the system schedule as many trips as we can handle will result in more rides being shared. Sheila, I saw you have your hand raised. I don't know if you wanted to say something.
Sheila, did you have a comment on this?
So the only thing I was gonna say is that, yes, we are getting more shared rides because of the way it does it, but we are a shared ride service. So therefore, it is just doing what it's supposed to do.
And we all understand that is the case, but obviously we need to look at inefficiencies. I mean, sharing rides are fine if they make sense. But
Absolutely.
if they make people late,
absolutely,
that's
should not
right.
be making people late. That's not the intent of it. I agree. It should not be making people late. It's just that we're going to have more shared rides. Now we just have to get the system to put them in the right direction at the right time.
Right. Sheila, do you have staff who used to do the scheduling? for Star, and some of them were very good. Um, are they allowed to look at the trip schedules and make comments on them if they see something that doesn't make sense? Are their comments, considered?
Yes, they do look at them.
I would hope that they would be able to say to you, hey, this doesn't make sense. We need to, do something about it before it becomes a problem the next day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Madam Chairman.
So, yes, Kent.
Yeah, I have for years, maybe even over a decade, recommended that drivers who know the lay of the land and the routing, because the call center people, employees, are not well versed on our whole service area, but the drivers are, and somehow the provider ought to hire a driver to look over the schedule and do that each day. I don't know how long that would take, but that would save everyone a huge headache, and those guys and gals could more easily see discrepancies.
I agree.
And if I could just reiterate the point that I made earlier, on page 16 of the audit that the county did not tell us about, even though they put the subcommittee in there as some kind of watchdog, supposedly, in this audit, that under the reliable service heading, the criteria is ride time should not exceed 2 hours, except in extreme weather circumstances. That's for every trip. How can that possibly be a reasonable criteria?
It's not. It's definitely not. And that's what the auditors were told. That's what the information they captured, Kent. Is that what you're saying, basically?
That's
in
correct.
Their audit. Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Roxanne?
I'm sorry, but Rocco, do you have any response to that?
Specifically about the 2
The
hours.
2 hour, yeah. Yeah, that's the first time any of us has heard of this.
And that's after we're picked up, Rocco. Because if there's a footnote, ride time is calculated from passenger pickup to drop off.
All right. What I can say about any responses, improvements made from the results of the audit can be that we're looking at everything, regarding this service that has come out of this audit. Part of that is perhaps, making future amendments to the contract to make.
Where did this 2 hour standard come from? Certainly not from the Federal Transit Administration.
The 2 hour standard, if I may, has been a contractual obligation of this current contractor, and this has been a long-standing provision of the STAR contract for at least the past decade. The excessive rides are based after 2 hours, and at that point, then a penalty is placed on the contractor. So far this year, we have not had any rides that exceeded 2 hours. During the course of the review of invoices, Rocco pulls the data gets the data from the system, and then we cross-reference it against all of the manifests to make sure that there are no rides that are longer than 2 hours. And so that's a provision that is in the contract. You will see, however, in finding number 1, since we've talking about the discussion, you'll see a lot of places in our management response that we talk about making contract modifications. Our partners at We Drive You are online as well. And we have initiated those discussions on making provisions to the contract. There's a total of 4 findings. All of them are in different places, whether it's the overbilling. We've reached out to We Drive You on that, and we're in discussions on that, all the way up to operational inefficiencies due to underutilized and misconfigured scheduling tools. So each one of those findings, I think Mr. Mountain has a question. I'll stop there.
Yes,
I
Jim.
I never knew about this 2 hours. I mean, does anybody think that's reasonable, that it's okay to take 2 hours for what's probably on average a 15-minute drive? My point is that should be addressed. It shouldn't be tolerated.
No, it shouldn't.
Would any
It shouldn't. And that's the first I've heard of 2 hours. Now, I have heard, and I will say this, some in the distant past or whatever, that the trips could take up to 90 minutes. And even that is unrealistic and not right. I mean, maybe a zone 3 trip possibly would take 90 minutes, possibly, if it were shared, but certainly not a trip within Arlington or even a trip that's zone 2. Those are ridiculous standards. And so I would hope that we would renegotiate things for sure.
Now, why are you
Roseanne?
all always that you guys can report on time? But you don't care how long we're in the car. It's just, I just am shocked.
Has that 2 hours, was that a part of the previous one also? Because I thought it was like 90 minutes before.
I thought it was 90, and this is the first time I've heard Clinton say it was
Yeah,
part
is
of
this,
the previous one.
so
but-
this is new. I don't know. Okay.
That we can look at the previous contract, but as far as excessive ride time, I have a pretty high level of certainty that an excessive ride was anything that was in the vehicle for longer than 2 hours. But we can definitely.
And is that, yeah, I would just check to see too if that's standard for, because we don't cover Star, and especially since you guys are talking about getting rid of zone 3, which I hope doesn't happen, but if that does happen, then I sure hope that ride time is decreased, the time
Oh,
in the vehicle,
absolutely.
because there's no
Absolutely.
excuse
So
for a 2 hours.
No, I think we're getting confused. It's excessive ride time. A ride that is over 2 hours is considered excessive based on the
Right.
contract standard. There's
Yeah,
no.
Right.
but I would
We
say
understand
90
that.
minutes or more is excessive to me.
Yeah, yeah. And honestly, how can you not consider zones? I mean, that's a whole other discussion, I realize, but obviously distance will make your ride longer, and everybody understands that. But to have that standard for a ride within Arlington or even a ride within zone 2, that is just ridiculous. So,
That's not. I guess that is not the standard. That is when it gets excessive. So
no, I understand, and I may not be saying it correctly, Clinton, but I understand what you're saying.
mhm.
All right. Since we've kind of segued into the audit, do other people have other things they want to bring up about the audit? This was a shock to most of us. We didn't know that you all were even being audited. When did this audit actually occur? What month did it occur?
This audit started in December 2024 at the same time that the new contract went into effect.
I see. Okay. What do other committee members have questions about the audit? We did read the article in the RL Now.
Why were we not told about it when we were included as a component of the watchdog over the program?
I would have to ask that question of the county manager's office, office of the auditor. I don't know how the CMO's office of the auditor publicizes this. The first public meeting, I don't, so they meet quarterly, and I feel like, and I'd have to go back and look at their March meeting minutes. However, I feel like he may have given an update on this audit to the committee at that time. How they publicize the information or put it out for the public, I am not aware. I just know that we went before the audit committee on June 26th to go through the findings and discuss with the audit committee, which compromises of two of the county board members.
Can I ask this question? When did you become aware of the audit? And
December 2024.
You became aware, you as county staff directly involved in the program. You did know about it in December.
Absolutely, yes.
But obviously you didn't know the results. You didn't see a draft report or whatever. I don't know your processes, but you didn't see a report until when? Like,
we received the first final draft report would have been in late May of 2025.
When happened an initial draft, you know, when did you receive that?
May of 2025, I believe, would be the first date we received the initial draft.
Well, they published it in June.
Clinton, are you prepared to review? I mean, the only thing that I've seen is what was on the Arlington Now site. Are you prepared now to let us know at least, you know, a summary of what of the findings?
Okay, I can give you just a quick summary. The final audit is actually.
Rosen, I'm sorry, I don't mean to. If you did or did not want to do that, go. Yeah.
Well, I do. I would like to do it. I was just at least a high level summary of the findings and what you all are beginning to do to address them.
Yeah, so I'll give you all this summary. There were 4 findings. I'll give you the 4 findings. The full report is available on the Arlington County Audit Committee page. In the full findings, you'll find an executive summary, a background, recommendations, and a management response. So I won't touch on the specifics of that.
Can those links be sent out to the committee, please?
Yes.
All right.
And so the 4 findings were, finding 1 is performance metrics do not provide assurance that STAR is meeting the program goals. Finding 2 is the billed amounts for paratransit were not consistently with the contract rates. Just to touch on that one a little bit, there was a discrepancy that we are working through with We Drive You between the actual and the billed rates. What we did is we went back and looked 5 years to try to get back to the procedure that was being used. And so what the county has done is what I have done is that I have written a letter requesting reimbursement from We Drive You for those. The amount is just over $108,000. So that letter was sent and requested. We are in communication with We Drive You currently to figure out how those funds can be reimbursed to the county. Finding number 3, the daily manifests are not properly checked after the shifts and the auditors work, and we have quickly addressed this. I'm looking at the December invoice, what the amount of coins and the amount of fares that were being turned in were not being checked properly. And so we changed the procedure to make sure that when the dispatcher receives the manifest, that those fares are being checked. And of course, in the actual audit, you'll see more about the recommendations and the management response. And then finding 4 was operational efficiencies due to underutilized and misconfigured scheduling tools. There was pre-spare, there was a lot of back and forth for the call center. Miss Ashby, I'll just use you an example. If Miss Ashby decided she needed to change her trip from 606 to 806, the call center would then have to call the dispatcher, and then the dispatcher would have to call the call center back. And so the response to that finding is using the Spare app. And of course, we do still have some tweaks we need to make. Josh is looking into that, making tweaks as far as making it more efficient. I think someone gave an example of being 2 minutes from their destination and then a new trip being flagged, taking them 30 minutes from the destination. So that just doesn't make any sense. And so we're making those modifications, and all of the technology associated with that is getting more and more used to the Arlington network. So those are the four findings. I would say findings 2, 3, and 4, as we were going through the audit, we have already started putting parameters in place, and we have dates. I think 120 days, 150 days, 90 days to make these recommendations and make the adjustments. For each of the finding, you will already find the Department of Environmental Services, where the Transit Bureau and Star and Art fall. You will see the management responses, which shows how we will address all of these
Right.
findings. So
Right.
it'll be,
Okay.
so when you read it as finding, the auditor's recommendations, and then our responses on how we will be responsive to them.
Well, yeah, I'm disappointed that you all didn't send these links to us prior to this meeting, because when I asked you to put this on the agenda, obviously I didn't know, I'll speak for myself, I didn't know that these things were available. So please send the links to us. And I would invite committee members to review the audit and the findings and the responses. And, if there are questions or concerns, we need to have the county address them. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right. I'm sorry, I know we're running late. I'm not sure what the exact time is. I can't really check when
Roseanne,
I'm.
I'm sorry, before we leave that topic,
Yes,
I did
yes.
find the link and I dropped it in the chat, in the Teams
Okay.
chat.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jim. But I would also ask the county to send
Absolutely.
it, because I can't always copy it right now. So thank you for doing that, though.
And it occurs to me, Madam Chairman, that anyone in the county who does this audit and considers that an on-time trip, any STAR trip in zone 1, 2, or 3, or any combination thereof, should be 2 hours. I wonder about their reasonableness. What kind of standards do they do? I mean, do they drive? Do they ever get out of their home? I mean, I don't understand how they could not question that standard.
Okay. Now, what time is it, folks? Rocco, can you please tell
It
me?
is 6:10.
Okay, so we're over time. Do people want to continue this discussion of the audit? Would it make more sense for us to study this more and bring it back? I don't know if we want to hear, do you all want to hear the metrics discussion? We didn't get into any of that. What are people's druthers, since we are late?
Well, the metrics ties right into it, so that would be good.
Okay, well then let's
because we now know this. We know the standards the metrics are being measured against. Of course, they're on time 90% of the time because they've got 2 hours.
So, Rocco, do you have the metrics discussion?
Yeah, sure. I can share the metrics. Okay. So on the screen, I have the metrics up through the last reported month, which is May 2025. What the metrics for June will be published at the end of July. They're always published the end of the following month. So I have them up through May today. So since we last met, April and May, we had 3,678 trips. I'm sorry, 3,047 completed trips in April and 2,876 completed trips in May. The on-time pickup percentage, which means within 10 minutes of the scheduled time for April and May, was 89%, both of the months, with 10% trips picked up between 10 and 30 minutes and 1% of trips over 30 minutes late. We had 11 missed trips, 28 no-shows, and 282 canceled trips. The call center received 2,485 calls in April and 2,148 calls in May. These metrics are publicly viewable on the Arlington Transit website, and they're updated every month at the end of the month. And we will have, again, June will be up at the end of this month.
Okay. Okay. And you'll can include a link to those in as you do the minutes, or
Sure.
please. Okay, just keep reminding us of our links. That would be
Sure.
helpful. All right. What else would people like to discuss? I mean, are we finished tonight? I just think there's a lot of information that's been shared here. And
If I could, Madam Chairman,
please.
we've never got a definitive answer about the canceled trips. Those trips that are canceled because of no show on the part of the provider. Is there a breakdown of that?
A breakdown between ambulatory and non-ambulatory, you mean?
So it's been, they're 30 minutes late. I'm going to miss my meeting or whatever I wanted to go to. So I call up and cancel the trip. Now that should not be on, a passenger, a rider cancellation. That should be on the provider. So how are your trip cancellations broken down?
Like you mean, hold on, let me reshare the oh, that's the wrong window.
I get the question. He's asking if you're waiting for a ride and it's a half hour late and you've now missed whatever you were going to and you cancel it. Well, that should not be a cancel. That should be a
no-show. That's a no-show.
Well, it should
right?
be a negative on the STAR system.
That's right. That's right.
Not like the passenger canceled.
Right.
There should be a separate category, I guess. When someone calls and canceled, they should be asked why you're canceling it. And one of the options should be because you're so late, I've missed my meeting or my work or my whatever I was doing. Yeah.
That's right.
So yeah, the metrics that we get do not have a delineation, between the type of, like, the reasoning the customer canceled the trip. But
can we add that?
If a trip, I certainly think that's something we can add to the metrics report. We do have excessively late trips, over 30 minutes late counted and trips missed. But yeah, Sheila, I don't know if you wanted to add something about that.
Sheila, we can't hear you.
Okay, now you can. I just want to clarify, a no-show is when the driver gets there late. No. The driver gets there and the person cancels, or they've already left because the driver was late. And a missed trip is when the person counts. When the driver didn't get there in time. The person cancels because the driver did not arrive on time. Okay? Do we have
and that's called a missed trip?
Right. Because the driver did not
trips missed by provider. That's the one where they're too late to pick up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. What else? Do people have other burning questions at this moment? I know Kent has been asking for that delineation for some time. So,
Roseanne, I think we've heard a lot of issues with the current systems that makes the service unreliable for people to use on a daily basis.
Yes, yes.
I haven't really heard anything, that can be done immediately to address any of that. And I just want to give Rocco and Clinton a chance to discuss it.
Josh, if you have your hand raised.
Yeah, you guys are absolutely right. Immediate is tough. But I'd love to share. So I've been reviewing some statistics of STAR, and this is not quite the opposite of what it might sound like. This is not to disagree with or what you guys are experiencing, but it's just that teamwork of I need finding examples to fine tune the system, because I have the average ride time and the average pickup delay, and on average the ride time since launching Spare has been 22 minutes and 3 seconds. That's not to say that there are not examples of excessive ride time. I'm not trying to say that, but I need help finding it, because we've been reviewing some trips with excessive ride time, but sometimes it makes sense. It's you can see the vehicle get stuck in traffic and stuff like that. And the average delay of I requested the ride at 5 p.m. What time does the bus show up? Has been 7 minutes and 46 seconds. So just looking on average across the system, not individual basis, it's looking okay. But there are definitely situations, and you guys brought up a number of them tonight, that need to be reviewed so we can fine tune the system so they never happen again.
So you're saying the average ride time is 22 minutes? Is that what I heard you say? I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit.
Yes, since the launch of Spare.
And I wonder if you can break that down by the rides provided by UServe as opposed to the rides provided by We Drive You. Are you able to do that?
That's a great analysis to do. I haven't done that before. That's smart. I'm gonna write down that note. We can,
yeah, I would appreciate it because I think that's the We Drive You rides are where you probably get more of your, well, I know that's where you get more of your shared rides, and it can, impact folks in wheelchairs who are not able to use UServe. So I want to make sure that we are running a fair and equitable program, and I'm worried that may not be occurring. So can you look at that? Okay.
Absolutely. I wrote that down to review that. Yes.
Roxanne?
Yes,
Hello.
Edith. I'm
from the public, but I've been waiting to hear from somebody else what I'm going to say. The drivers and I have noticed that the application, the GPS, does not take the driver the shortest time to the house of the passenger. It takes the driver the longest space. For example, from where I go, it takes 20 minutes to get here to my house. However, the GPS takes the driver 30 minutes, which is 10 minutes longer. And the drivers are complaining about that because the GPS takes them differently in different routes. And I say, well, why don't you take the route you know? You know where I live, so you know that it's this way, this way, this way. But they say, no, we can't.
They can't do it. Yes.
They cannot do it, but the GPS is taking them the longest, and that contributes to the delay of the pickup or the drop-off.
Yeah. Josh, that's something to note. Edith, thank you for that comment. I didn't know that. So, Josh, if you could look into that as well.
And I can second that, Roseanne.
Okay. Okay.
Understood. Yep. I got it written down.
Okay. All right. Any other comments for tonight?
Can I just ask, Jeremy, I don't know if you're still listening, Jeremy, But as a wheelchair user, that 22 minutes, is that something, I know that just in your particular experience, is that something you're seeing?
Well, thank you very much for the question. I guess it's a little difficult to say just because the variance has been so substantial. There are certainly times when, I'm picked up on time and I get home in 10 minutes, or I get to my other school in 15 minutes, which is the norm. But then there are other times when the trip will take substantially longer. So it's kind of an either or thing. It's either perfectly on time, or it's on time but get routed through some very strange shared ride in which the two people are going in opposite directions, and so it ends up taking a much longer time. I guess since it's either or, maybe it averages out to that, but it's really hard to say, I think.
Sounds like when it's bad, it's really, really bad.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing. Josh?
Yeah, and so those would be very helpful for me to see, because sometimes it takes a long time, but it makes sense. You're sitting in traffic and it's not the driver, it's not the system, it's just traffic. And for me, I can't distinguish. I'm just looking at a big pile of numbers. So I can't distinguish when one makes sense and when it doesn't make sense. So I'm kind of looking at it one trip at a time. I can't look at every single trip, so I'm kind of just trying to find what's going on. So when I find an issue, I can bring it up to Spare to have that looked into and corrected. So when you experience that, I hate to say that we're gonna, first you have to suffer through it and then we're gonna try to review it. But at the same time, I want to work together best we can to do that. So I did provide my email. So if there's one trip that happens and you see it and it's like that doesn't make sense, let's address it. Let's get those errors addressed.
Yes, and again, just to reiterate, Josh did make the offer. If you can look back and you have a date and time for a recent trip that was, very long, please let him know, because they can look back in the system and find that trip.
Yeah.
So please do that. Okay. Any other comments for tonight? I appreciate this discussion, the dialogue. I think we've got a lot of work to do. So I would ask for a motion to adjourn tonight.
So moved.
Anyone? Okay, second? No seconds.
So somebody say second, please.
All right, very good. We stand adjourned. Thank you so much to the county staff, to the provider staff, to the call center. Thank you so much. And to the members of the public too. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Good night.